Okay. Well, here we are. Really Longathon 9. For Twilight Princess Low Transforms. This run is a doozy, and we'll be getting started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So, Low Transforms. Let me just say right out, this run does not get interesting until about 6 hours in. So, you know, if you want to stick around, watch me dupe a Deku Nut for 3.5 hours straight, feel free to stick around, but the actual real content of the run is about 6 hours in. Anyway, the purpose of this run is just to try to beat the game as fast as possible, while also transforming as little as possible. Twilight Princess, of course, has the human and the wolf forms. So I'll be going between those two forms as little as possible. The run starts out with this trick called Back in Time. I go to the other side of the bridge for a safer method. That spawns us on the title screen. We basically void out at the same time as soft resetting the console. So the game gets a little confused and doesn't know where to spawn us, so it puts us on the title screen. This is not the first Low Transforms run. I have the world record at 20 hours, 47 minutes. We only just barely made the leaderboard, so it's pending verification right now. And right there is something that will matter at about the 6 hour, not the 6 hour mark, about the 4 hour mark. I just did a trick called Early Monkeys. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. The run is, so far, has been pretty much the same as an any % route. Here is where it differs. 2 minutes in, we call Epona, and then I need to go back to Orden Village to get the Iron Boots. This is the fastest way to get the Iron Boots in the game, but it's not used in any other category. Hopefully I'll be able to grab a couple of rupees as well. This game has a lot of gate clips. Most gates just don't really exist, or at least don't really do much to stop you. This has to be one of the worst gate clips. Having to do a backflip and then get into the fence. Fortunately, that was first try. It's very rarely first try. Then we go into this cutscene, which introduces us to Epona, even though we were just on Epona. Now, Back in Time did a little bit of funkiness. I was basically able to set my current save file to what Link has on the title screen, meaning that I have tamed Epona and I can call her whenever, but also Orden Village is sort of in a wonky state. Normally you're not able to get the Iron Boots until much later in the run, but because I did Back in Time, and because I have Epona tamed specifically, the flag to let me get the Iron Boots is active, so I can just go into Bo's house and go wrestle. So, although this is a 21-hour run, I will only be playing for around 9 hours of it. And 3.5 of those 9 hours are going to be doing the same thing over and over again. So really this run is only a 6-hour run, in my mind. Still plenty long for a really longathon. It has lots of padding, so could be a good one. I believe this is the second longest run in the marathon this year, the longest being the Layton series, which should also be really fun to watch. So, bow right here is basically glorified rock, paper, scissors. We have the options of grabbing, slapping, or sidestepping. Slapping is the fastest as long as bow doesn't do that. And he did that twice in a row. So, now I need to switch to pushing because it's the most likely way for me to get out of here as quick as possible. This is all RNG. There it is, bow 1. 2 phases for bow. I have run Twilight Princess at really longathon before. I ran low percent for really longathon 6, I believe. Yeah, I definitely did not need to pause there. Okay, much nicer bow 2. I didn't quite mash as well as I could have, but in the end getting through there just fine. So in effect, this run starts with Iron Boots RTA. This is the fastest way to get Iron Boots in the game. And that is an Iron Boots RTA time of 6 minutes. Any percent normally is a little over 7 minutes. Grab Epona here, just because it's slightly quicker than walking. At least, I hope it is. Some of these loading zones, there are problems if you take Epona in. Like, I'm not actually certain if I can take her in this loading zone. So I am going to go on foot from here, but that's fine. Yeah, from what I hear, the sumo in this game is fairly accurate. So, in a normal any percent run, the next thing to do would be to go and save Tallow, the little kid that was kidnapped by monkeys, subsequently bokoblins, which hasn't actually happened technically, but he is there in a cage. However, saving Tallow leads pretty much directly into the first forced transform spot. So I need to do a little bit more, and by that I mean about 8 hours more before I go and save Tallow. Welcome to this part of the run. It is quite the doozy. So the next goal is to get into the Forest Temple, because I need the boomerang for another couple of things. Right now I have a sword. That is pretty much all I have. But there is this Dekubaba. This Dekubaba drops a nut. This nut takes up a little bit of memory. And the kicker. If I place this nut down over here, and then go across into the light there, and I go back here, the Dekubaba respawns. So, but the nut stays in memory, because it keeps in memory the things in the 2 areas adjacent, so either side of the tunnel is a different area than the tunnel itself. So now I have 2 nuts sitting right there. I will be doing this 350 times. We need 350 Deku Nuts to fill up memory to get out of bounds and head to the Forest Temple. So, this part of the run takes 3.5 hours. Yeah. I signed up to do this. Shoutouts to In a Muffin Cup for figuring out that this works, or at least figuring out that the duping is possible. I was the one to actually do it 350 times to make sure it works to get it to the Forest Temple, but yeah, this is the fast strat. There is another way into the Forest Temple. It is a 5.5-hour rupee slide. So this saves 2 hours over that. It just is the same thing over and over again. 350 times. There will be plenty of staring at a rupee in this run. There are 2 rupee slides in the run. One's going to be around 2.5 hours, the other around 10 hours. But yeah, if someone could find another way to get Epona out of bounds this early in the run with as few things as we have, it would be greatly appreciated. There is a way that is significantly faster that uses fishing rod. The fishing rod is something that you can't get with Back in Time, and we need Back in Time to make it so that getting the Master Sword doesn't crash. Now, that's another whole can of worms. If you really like rupees, this is the run for you. We will be staring at rupees for 12 hours. No other run does that anymore. Even low percent only stares at a rupee for about 1 hour now. Because of a new trick that was found that we can't do in this category. Also to note, this area doesn't have any music except for the enemy music when I get close to the Deku Baba. Normally it would. Either the Farron Woods music or the Monkey Chase music. But because I didn't start the Monkey Chase normally, that music isn't active. And because it's currently in the state that it would expect the Monkey Chase music to be active, it just doesn't have any music. So I'm turning away the camera from the nuts as much as I can to keep the lag minimal. Until we hit around 100 Deku Nuts, the lag is basically not there. After 100 Deku Nuts, it starts being noticeable. At 350, the game is running at about 15 FPS. That's our 12th nut. I could put the nuts closer, but because there are 350 of them, they will actually fill up a good chunk of the tunnel. So it's better to put the earlier ones later in the tunnel, and then the later ones closer, just to minimize the time I'm in the lag. There is no risk of crashing the game that I have seen with this trick. There's a risk of crashing the game shortly after, but not with this trick. Is that a little early? If I accidentally go toward Koro, where I got the lantern, all of these Deku Nuts would despawn, and I'd have to start all over. The first time I did nut duping, I did do that, like, halfway through. I just unintentionally went over there. Good times. I'd say we have a pretty good lineup in general this year for really, really long fun. You want to make jokes about nuts? Now is the time to do it. Yeah, it's arguable that it doesn't. It is the same Deku Nut every time, but we're not doing anything fancy. We're just killing the mob over. I see, Grow. Good luck to that person as well. Yeah, clearly, Kyle. I'm just gonna say, after this is done, after the 3.5 hours of Deku Nut duping, there will be about 15 minutes of gameplay, and then I'll be doing a rupee slide. So again, I repeat, the interesting stuff is 6 hours into this run. Personally have a split for every nut. Currently on nut 23. 19 seconds behind PB. My PB had pretty good nut dupes, but it did break 2 nuts. So maybe I'll be able to be ahead at the end. In total, we will be duping 350 nuts. Well, 349. Is actually the number. Exactly, grown-up. This is the longest run Twilight Princess has to offer, by now a very large margin. And so far, 3 people have attempted it. Could go over a little bit of the history of this category, I suppose. I don't think low percent was ever longer than this category, but longer than the current world record, yes. Low percent was longer. Just like comparing world records at the same time, low transforms was always longer. I believe. Yeah, 3 people. Myself, Ketsumomo, and Aldo is the other one. Though it's arguable whether Cathaldo's run was actually leaderboard worthy. We'll see. Yeah, current world record is 20 hours and 47 minutes. Low percent's record for a long time was above 25 hours, or around 25 hours. So this category was thought of by a guy named Chris is Awesome, who is more involved with the randomizer side of Twilight Princess. Originally, I believe it was thought of around 2018 or 2019, and the original route had 16 transforms in it. So 8 wolf sections, 9 human sections. And it took quite a bit to get that to go lower. Some of the transforms in the game are just in single rooms. Like, for example, the mini-boss in Arbiter's Grounds, Death Sword, usually requires a transform in order to beat him, because he starts invulnerable to human. And so we needed to find a different way to get through that fight eventually, and the obvious things in the game are the Twilights. You need to be a wolf to complete the Twilights, and you need to be a wolf to do like the Midna's Desperate Hour section, which is right after Lake Bentipool. But there are lots of little things that require wolf. As I said earlier, we got this run down to 4 transforms now. This Deku duping was part of the transition from 6 to 4, which was probably the biggest route change low transforms has ever seen. A lot goes into this. This route is barely possible. And yeah, it's quite enjoyable. I have a few videos on my channel talking about how it's gone lower. The first 4 transforms run didn't do not doping, that is true. It did the rupee slide into the forest temple. But this was in the second 4 transforms run. 6 transforms actually was around 14 hours, around the same length as low percent was before we got rid of the post slide. But then we had to find a way to get to 4. So we've duped 39 nuts so far, or collected 39 nuts so far. This is our 40th. 310 to go. That's the world records. That's sort of how, for a bit, the Wind Waker's low percent run was longer than Twilight Princess's. Only partially because the runner took a nap in the middle. That is no longer the case. Well, maybe. I don't remember. The nuts will despawn once I leave these 3 areas. The area of the spring right here, the tunnel, and the area with the Baba. If I went over to Koro, all of the nuts would despawn. Which is just off to the right here. It's not even starting to get laggy. We'll see that in a bit. Yeah, low percent is completing the game collecting or progressing the game as little as possible. Usually in the form of collecting the least stuff. This run doesn't really care about the amount of stuff collected. It's just the transforms. I do currently have the record in Twilight Princess's low percent category as well. Or 1911. I've seen a lot of people make comparisons to Hollow Knight's low percent through ending category, which spends a very long time at being bees in order to get the essence needed to the game. Fortunately, I don't have to dupe Deku Nuts quite as long. Yes, I will be getting heart containers. I'll even be getting hidden skills. We need 5 hidden skills to minimize the transform count. It would be really funny. If you look at the amount of memory Deku take up, compared to the amount of memory you'd think it would be needed to do what I'm trying to do here, it looked originally like I was going to need to do about 550 Deku, which would have taken longer than the rupee slide. But fortunately, the game just decides that 350 is enough. You can do a low percent run during a low transforms run, entirely contained. That's not where I need to put that down. But yeah, if you're talking about like as few items as possible while also doing only 4 transforms, I don't think it would be substantially different from this run. Because most of the things we get in this run have a specific purpose in reducing transforms. I suppose we wouldn't get heart containers. We might get rupees a different way. You would need to get at least 1 golden bug to get the big wallet, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to afford the magic armor, which is necessary to save 2 transforms. But yeah, you'd have to avoid all the others. I don't know if the Deku Baba would see it the same way. This is our 56th nut. Just under 300 to go. Yeah, this is absolutely a terrible grind, but this is also only 3.5 hours of the 21-hour run. And the rest of the run is pretty cool. I actually really like rupee slides. They make the run feel unique. You don't have a lot of other games that have active speedrun categories that involve just sitting around for a long time. See you in a bit, no world records. That is true, Button Kaitos is. Like, a new trick was found to skip the Pogate in Arbiter's Grounds without doing a rupee slide. That ends up saving the entire 9.5 hours in low percent. And I was a little sad to see that slide go, even though the run is objectively much better now. Yeah, Button Kaitos 100% requires you to have 2 weeks of game time to beat the game. So, but there isn't 2 weeks of content, so you end up waiting around a lot, from what I understand. I do only have 3 hearts at this point. The Baba does a 1/4 heart of damage. If I happen to get hit 12 times in this entire time, then I game over, all the Dekunauts despawn, and I have to start over. But it's pretty easy to avoid getting hit, so that shouldn't be an issue. I don't think this grass can drop rupees, or can drop hearts. Possible. Actually, the nuts all drop rupees. Which means at the end of this, if I broke all of the nuts, it would be a very quick way to get to max rupees. But there's no reason to do that. At least not really. Yeah, if I can heal, it's from the grass. I'm not certain if it can drop hearts or... There is the Orden Spring right there, or the Farron Spring right there, but it doesn't heal you yet, I'm pretty sure. PB actually had pretty good nut duping. The current PB in this category, the current world record, was only from a couple of weeks ago. I was not expecting it to PB, but then I got a really fast rupee slide. Did the trick. Hopefully we can see that fast rupee slide again today. Yeah, we're not yet at the point where it'll cause lots of lag to have the nuts on screen, but it probably causes a little already. So I'm trying to avoid having them on screen as much as possible. Just going to repeat, this is the fast strat, by the way. I am certainly not going to turn on K-pop. But well, I don't actually have control over the restream, so... It's actually sort of baffling that this run is even remotely marathon safe. There have been a lot of setups that have been found the last few years that really make it possible. But this run is probably, pretty much certainly, the hardest Twilight Princess run to get through. It has a lot of difficult tricks. And, well, you have to slog through 3.5 hours of this to even get to those points. It's Dragon Sage. This is nut number 78. We're glad this run was not in November. Any percent of Twilight Princess is 2 hours and 45 minutes. Slightly under that, I think, actually. It is one of the longest of those 3D Zelda games, depending on what you include in that set. Yes, an any percent run could comfortably fit during the nut duping. You could even almost do all dungeons during the nut duping. Which is around 3.5 hours. Currently 51 seconds behind PB. No, we bust the nut. Getting closer to the point where it'll start to noticeably lag. There yet, though. The nut duping will last until around the 3.5-hour mark in the run. Fortunately, this game is relatively resistant to crashing. The goal is to fill up the memory so that an area deloads. Which it does to prevent the crash. Another one. Man. They have other ways to deload things in the Wind Waker. So the nice thing about the Wind Waker is their memory fragmentation persists through loading zones, which is a thing that was patched in TP. Which is why we can't unload the barrier, for example, or outside Hyrule Castle. No one in their right mind would do this, to be fair. Nintendo did not need to prepare for this. It can definitely be argued that this part of the run is glitchless, though what follows is very much not. I will say, I do unironically enjoy this part of the run. Really chill. It tends to be. Just turn off my brain for a bit. Alright, this is the 100th nut. Only 250 left. The game will probably start noticeably lagging pretty soon. I'm actually mildly surprised it hasn't started yet. Lags a bit if I have the nuts on screen. Here. Hope everyone's week's been going well. Really, really longathon really is a special time of the year. I usually wonder what Epona is thinking while I'm doing this. I'm gonna set her staring at the wall over there. Kind of rude of me. Probably a good thing that this is the only category that does this. There's no real reason to do this, apart from the reason that this category needs to do it. And same with the couple of rupee slides that we do in this round. There's no real need to do them, but they help save transforms, so you have to. We didn't discuss it at length, but yeah, there was a little bit. I would argue that collecting these Sekunats is not a glitch, but despawning the area that is the effect of collecting all of these is definitely a glitch. Now cross the hour mark. It's about 2.5 hours left of this before we get to slightly more interesting stuff, and then a rupee slide. This next nut is our 150. Hi, beast. It's definitely lagging when the nuts are on screen. That is unsurprising. I'm currently on 119 nuts. $231 to go. At the moment, it takes about 26 seconds per nut. By the end of this, because of all the lag, it'll take a little over 50 seconds. Rip. Yeah, and it's especially pertinent, the squirrel analogy, because these nuts will disappear shortly after I'm done. Just like squirrels forget their caches. And this is just part of what we need to do to avoid, to get down 2 more transforms. This was just one of the puzzle pieces. I need 350 nuts in total. This is not 124. Or that was not 123. I have 2.5 more hours of this, Kaio. I don't care what is said in the chat. As long as it's more than nothing, I will stay entertained. Yeah, I personally am not a big fan of glitchless runs. I mean, they're not bad, but in a lot of ways they do tend to feel arbitrary. We have two glitchless categories, two glitchless rule sets in Twilight Princess. One made by the Japanese community and one voted on by the Discord server, the Western community. And they're different, but they're not really that different. And the ways they are different do feel arbitrary. There are a couple of things I could do before doing this in the run. It ends up being faster to do those later. So, we'll be doing those after the drove slide. So we are now 136 nuts in. Which one has been your favorite so far? Nice, Coyote. And 11 was pretty good. myself. We're only 14 away from 153. Sure to point it out. I have a split for every nut. I golded the last one. I did not gold that one. The game is definitely starting to lag a little bit. At this point, I'm losing about a second every oop lag. Thanks, Amy. Alright, this is not 150. 200 left. But this is not 153. That was a Borger's favorite. Pretty good one. Brownie. It's possible to get the nuts stuck in, like, the fence. Impossible to pick up. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Sounds painful. Only a minute and 13 seconds behind you. If I hadn't broken 2 nuts, I need to, like, set that down or something. Would have been ahead or close to ahead. There is plenty of time to save over my PB. Not really in this section, but for example, I lost 10 minutes to a frame perfect trick later in the run in my PB. If I could just get first try, I'd save 10 minutes. About 100 nuts from now, the nuts will stop having collision. At least player collision. They will still land on the ground. Good question. Though, considering how many people have done this in Twilight Princess, I would bet that there would not be a lot of competition if this were in Pokemon. I suppose Pokemon is popular for a speedrun. Is it? I think so. Thanks, Chris. Again, Chris is awesome, the guy that came up with this category. It has come quite a ways since then. Yo, Prince. Yeah, unironically, the route for this is really, really cool. There are a lot of really neat tricks in this run. we'll get to eventually. Not 170. It's now taking about 30 seconds per nut, so losing 4 seconds to lag. Again, it'll get up to 26 seconds lost per nut by the end. Not 175. We are now halfway through the duping, nut-wise. But we still have over 2 hours to go, time-wise. We are just about at the hour-and-a-half mark, though. Yeah, the lag is going to start getting worse and worse. The game will be running at around 15 FPS by the end. Out of the normal 30. Enjoy your energy, Deke. The nuts will stop having collision at around the 256th nut. And the area will unload 350. I don't know if I want to get too attached to them. They're going to disappear shortly after this. Yep. And it's only getting worse. Been duping for an hour and 30 minutes now. In case it needs repeating, the interesting stuff starts 6 hours into this run. It really will just be this for another 2 hours. There are 90 of them so far. Indeed. It always surprises me that this is actually a very popular part of the run. It's cozy. Hi, Cass. So currently what we are doing is we are gathering this Deku Nut 350 times to fill up the memory enough to unload an area so that I can take Epona out of bounds and get to the Forest Temple before saving Tallow. This is the fast strat. There is another way to do this that is 2 hours slower. And I need to get to the Forest Temple early because I need the boomerang. Because with the boomerang, I can go and get a couple other items that will help me avoid transforming later. The objective of this category is to transform between human and wolf as few times as possible. Yes. Well, no. Because Palace of Twilight is quite literally 20 hours into this run, we've decided to be lenient and say, if you get hit by the fog in Palace of Twilight, which auto-transforms you, you can just return to a previous save to undo that transform. And there are 2 rooms in Palace of Twilight where we have to go through the fog. There is a trick to avoid transforming, but it is sometimes unreliable. So hopefully I won't run into that issue in this run. I can't guarantee it, though. Yeah, this is all objectively in the interest of being able to beat all 3 of the Twilight sections, which are the early game Forced Wolf sections, without transforming to human between them. Several things are required to make that possible. Yeah, there will be several safety saves during this run. There it is, not 200, everyone. Only 150 left. Really making progress now. The way we've defined transform for this category is just a cutscene where you go... You enter the cutscene as one form, you leave the cutscene as another, or animation. There is a point in this run where we enter a cutscene as Wolf. It shows us as human during the cutscene, but then we leave the cutscene as Wolf. So, some would argue that that should count as a transform. But I figure if you're entering as Wolf and leaving as Wolf, clearly you didn't transform. And there are actually cutscenes that would transform us if we didn't skip them. But fortunately, this game lets us skip cutscenes pretty easily, so... I don't know what the run would be like if we allowed ourselves to transform using normal cutscenes. But I don't think it would be as interesting. Hour and 45 minutes into the run. Around halfway through the duping, time-wise now. We're now losing about 11 seconds per nut lag. Not 11, 8 seconds. Dropped that early. Sort of interesting how consistent the lag is here. The lag is only varying from my PB by a couple of tenths of a second every split. Every nut. There was one case, one time that another runner did this and ended up saving 30 minutes with lag, and we have no idea why. Interestingly enough, Minda is something that we're not going to get until like the 8.5 hour mark. A good chunk of this run is done without Minda. Yeah, I'm currently playing this on a Wii console. The lag difference shouldn't be substantial if there is one. But it is possible that maybe there's a little. What do you mean, Chris? He's got Epona and a Deku Baba to talk to. Keep him company. The GameCube version lags a lot more than the Wii version, but running on a GameCube console as opposed to a Wii console, both the GameCube version shouldn't have substantial difference. Also, this trick wouldn't work, not fully, on the Wii 1.0 version. Because on that version, for some reason, they decided that it was a good idea. When the memory fills up to a certain point, it'll just reload the area to clear the memory, which is a good thing. Like, that was the right move by the developers. And then they got rid of it in every other version for no discernible reason. It's like one line of code that they got rid of. Ah, that's the first time I've done that. Hopefully I don't do that very many times. Or that. I'm not sure, Cass. But, like, it's very laggy if you have the nuts on screen. Deku Nut duping has been tasked by Spicy Juice as part of Low XY. I don't think anyone is eager to test low transforms anytime soon. That test hasn't been completed, but it was started. Nut duping was part of it. Although it might have been largely just controller inputs. I don't know. Yeah, without Spicy Juice, this route would not be possible. God, it's the Spicy Juice. For one discovery in particular. I think Spicy Juice said that it took fewer Deku Nuts to unload on Dolphin. But that's all I remember. Now I'm losing about 11 seconds per nut. Lag. Thanks, Badamja. No, we never figured it out. But I also didn't look into it that much. Alright, 2 hours into the run. Still doing this. For another hour and a half. I love this game. They were playing the GameCube version on a Wii. Yes. Most runners do. Doing this as fast as I can, Chris. Yeah, it would make sense if it were loaded on Nintendo's or something to get it in the Wii mode, but as far as I know, they didn't. As far as I know, it was just loaded normally. Which, of course, is different for this category than some others. Because you have a cheat code active that will be useful during the slides. But yeah, Getsumomo said that it was just loaded normally. And it only happened once. My Wii's performance is pretty average from the tests that have been done across the community. There are some that are faster and some that aren't. Mine's about it. The Blue Wii, as far as I know, doesn't have GameCube ports. Thanks, Wolfgarden. That, I just placed down nut 235. 115 left. At least we haven't had any time losses, which are the flourish that Link would do if I tried to put away my sword, or tried to pick up the nut but wasn't actually close enough to the nut. Exactly right, Epona. Yes, the game is actually running this slow. And it will get slower. Turns out, rendering 239 nuts is not trivial. Keep losing time. Now a minute and a half behind PB. Plenty of time to save later. And you know, it's a marathon run. Saved 4 seconds on that. It's now taking about 39 seconds per nut. That is 13 seconds lost to lag at this point. Per nut. The magnitude of this section is just, it's funny to me. It's funny that this is all longer than an 80% run, and almost longer than all dungeons. I I didn't check, but there are probably several runs on the really, really longathon schedule this year that are shorter than I am spending doing this. All because they decided to put some rocks in front of the forest temple. Mysteriously disappear. After. This is the second longest run in the marathon. The longest run is the Professor Layton series. It's an estimate of 31 hours, if I remember correctly. And, you know, I'm pretty sure the Layton series doesn't also have 12 hours that don't require any inputs, like this run does. I suppose there could be. Let's skip a little cutscene with no text match. Oh, we passed it. We have now placed 250 nuts. This is the 251st. Less than 100 left. There's another bunk. I haven't noticed, but I haven't noticed an increase in input latency now. We're getting close to the point where the nuts will stop having collision. Which is fun. It's possible it's already happened. Yeah, the nuts do not have any collision. It can run straight through them. Except for ground collision, of course. Because the game can only keep track of about 256 push colliders at the same time. Doesn't really matter where I place them now. I can start placing them earlier in the tunnel. Seems reasonable. Because I can stack them on top of each other. Because of the lack of collision. Yeah, I think this is the intended way to get to the Forest Temple. Really seems weird that they put the Baba here if they didn't. There was some achievement for doing. Fortunately, this is a GameCube game with such things. So it's retro achievement. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Well, again, I would argue that duping all of the Deku-Nuts is not a glitch. Just the area unloading that. Yeah, we need 5 hidden skills in this run. Mortal Draw is the last one I'll get. We used to have to get Jump Strike But thanks to Spicy Juice, we now have a different way of fulfilling the requirement. Need to stop bonking. At this point, each bonk is losing like 2 seconds. It's not a lot in a 21-hour run. It's not nothing either. So we transform when we go to the sewers, which is after saving Tallow. About 8.5 hours in the run. We keep that transform all the way until the end of the Twilights. We transform human back in Farron Woods to do Koro TD. Get to later, of course. Then I transform again to do Early City in the Sky, warp the cannon, and transform back when climbing on the way to Snow Peak. I don't think I am qualified to answer that question. This is nut 265. Just 85 left. Yeah, maybe that'd help. Maybe I can sell all these nuts to do it. Yeah, I don't know what Koro thinks. Maybe he'll rethink who he gives his lanterns to next time. Then again, he seems to forget everything when I go back for the oil bottles. He's just minding his own business. Just 80 left. Two and a half hours on my run. Don't think about it too much, Borger. But yeah, Link might be the reason the Dekubabas are on Ganon's side. They're taking about 42 seconds per nut. 16 seconds less to lag. I wonder if different consoles respond to this lag in different ways. In Ketsumomo's first run of this, and only run, the wrong area unloaded to start, which was a problem. And I've never seen that before. I'd never seen that before. So I wonder if that's specific to their console. As the way it works on my console is pretty much the same every time. Yeah, but even if this doesn't work, the rupee slide into the forest temple probably would. At least this would be possible. Except Switch 2 probably would not be able to do back in time. So the route would end up needing to be substantially different anyway. This run does back in time a lot, actually. It's actually a very convenient way of travel. I will probably still be doing the run when you return, Kaio. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Not right after this ends. There are like 15 minutes of gameplay. But then, yeah, it's about a 2.5 hour rupee slide. Wind Waker does have back in time. That's actually easier to get than Twilight Princesses. If I remember correctly. Or maybe it is still frame perfect, but you do it off of game over screen instead of... Anyway. Morning, Fuddlebob. Well, this is the 283rd nut. 67 left. It's been going okay so far. Haven't gone insane yet. I'm trying to unload an area, so I need a total of 350 nuts to fill up enough memory to unload the area. This is the fast strat. There is another way to do what I'm trying to do. It takes 2 hours longer. Yeah, pretty typical for the long runs. The seam that we would need to seam clip in has a weird collision. I've tried to find something, and it just doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. I don't think the sword has a sound when it hits terrain. Not sure though. Not what I'm rolling against. This is nut 288. Only 62 nuts left. This really is the perfect run for really, really long opponent. My favorite nut is probably about nut 252. Really a big fan of when the nuts stop having collision. Bonk. We're getting up to about the point in the nut duping where I start to question my life choices. How did I get here? What led me to be duping nuts in front of so many people, raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation? Where did I go wrong? Or where did I go right? I don't know. And the poor cameraman that has to deal with the lag as well. Fourth hit. This is nut number 300. 50 nuts left. Yep, that one. I suppose all of the bunks are my fault. Nah, the bunks are Lakitu's fault. Currently 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind my PB. I would be quite shocked if I PB'd this run. But it's not impossible. Getting close to the 3-hour mark. At Twilight Princess, any percent would be done at this point. Even my PB. My PB is a 255. In any percent. But yes, we have been nut duping for longer than it takes to beat the game. Yep, we're just gathering 350 nuts. Standard fare for a speedrun. This is nut 310. 40 nuts left. Ooh, my PB lost a bunch of time on. Just saved 40 seconds over my PB. Yep, the game is lagging because I have set down 311 nuts, including this one. Turns out that is not very easy for the game to handle. You need 350 nuts in total. I could do that, Chris. That is true. I need to start being more careful. Even getting down to 1 heart is not good. Just saved another 32 seconds. I'm now only 1 minute and 8 seconds behind people. So currently I'm losing about 19 seconds lag for every nut that I get. It'll get as bad as 26 seconds per nut. I don't think the hearts usually have an end. After this nut, we'll have 34 nuts left. We're almost getting to the real start of the run. Didn't you have a work meeting about now, Chris? Nah, sleep break comes later. Get a food break, though. So when I reach 350 nuts, or maybe 349, the nuts will stop spawning. I literally will not be able to get more nuts. I can kill the Deku Baba and nothing will drop. I have a backup save in the case that something about this goes wrong, but I'm hoping I don't need to use it. $30 nuts left. Hi, Happy Coco. Thanks, Fuddlebob. See you later. Yeah, we're trying to minimize the number of times we go between the human and wolf. I suppose I could try to cut some grass in case it has hearts. Try that next time. Yeah, it includes transforming back to human. So, in total, I'll be doing 4 transforms this run. That is, 2 to wolf and 2 back to human. I'll only be a wolf for 2 sections of the run. No hearts. Yes, queso parmigiano. The only way we're going to do the entire run without a transformation is if we find a credits warp that doesn't require a transform. And even if we found a way to get into... Wow, 2 bunks on the same split. Even if we found a way to get into Hyrule Castle early, it would still require 4 transforms. Yeah, the grass, just like the Babas, will respawn every time I leave the area. If it weren't for that, then this trick would be impossible. And the convenient lineout of this app. Having 3 areas in a row. Yeah, another repeat slide and a pretty annoying one at that. We have a setup, but the setup is pretty slow. And it's also RNG based, so I actually do prefer this. I have to imagine that Epona's mind is affected by the lag. Really hope I don't get hit again. Current health is good. 1 heart, significantly less good. Epona just isn't affected by the lag. 20 nuts left. Yeah, we're still at around 17 FPS. Welcome back, Frosty. Thanks, Mia. Nice combo. There it is. We had our first TP time loss at 333. Had to happen. I lost 7 seconds on that split. Yeah, reset. $15 nuts left. All right. Getting close. The first thing that will despawn is the grass. Some of these grass patches up here will disappear. That probably won't happen for another 8 or 9. What to look out for? And nuts left. It's okay, we're almost there, Paige. It will be quite... It feels, when it goes back to 30 FPS, like, it feels like a bigger jump than that. It feels like it's going faster than normal. Just because it's been going so slow for so long. Next slide, please. I'm about to grab my 344th nut. 6 remaining. We're almost there. I assure you, the Baba does not remember. Well, okay. The Baba hive mind does, but... These aren't even the last Babas I'll kill in this run. No, this trick is not used anywhere else. I'm not going to say that there isn't a potential use for it, but we haven't thought of one. In the HD version, you can duplicate fishing rods by using the quick transform feature, which means you can do it anywhere. SD can do that as well, but we can't do it anywhere. We have to have binds or something. So the HD version could theoretically unload the Poe gate with the fishing rod. We can't do that here. It takes a long time to do unloading. If you couldn't tell. Yeah, you can do fishing rods on SD. You just need Epona or vines. You can't do it with transformation. Alright, unless the game decides not to cooperate, I should only have a couple of nuts left. Actually, I should only have one nut. hopefully the next nut is the last one. Some grass has unloaded. Patch to the left here. And there is no nut. A good sign. Memory has now filled up enough that I can get no more nuts. Which means that the next step is just to go back and forth until the game decides that it's enough. I suppose I could use Epona, but Epona runs the risk of breaking some of the nuts, and that would be bad. So now all the grass and the baba is gone. There is no more grass or baba. And the area has unloaded. We are free. I always forget how wide that invisible wall is. Okay. Now I will do a safety save, just to make sure that I don't have to do this all again. There should be fine. Do a second one just to be sure. Alright, off we go to the forest temple. And full speed. Okay. So, Epona is interesting. As long as there is no ground collision below Epona, she'll just not fall. Stay on the same height. Should work. So, I can just ride out of bounds up to a certain point from the forest temple. And then should be able to use Epona to get through. Now, of course, it's sort of all a void right now. call this white void, so I have to use some visual cues here. That's actually perfect. Really good lineup there. It's the wrong way. Yeah, that was all just to put Epona right there. I'll get a heart. Yeah, now we go back to a little bit more of normal gameplay, but don't worry, it won't last. I hope it wasn't work you really needed to get done in that time span. Okay, if Epona's in a good spot, but she should be. Epona is not in a good spot. We have to do it again. Woo! Either lined up Epona too far back or too high up. Alright. Let's do the lineup again. That's not how I do this anymore. I do have a specific lineup here that should get me the right height most of the time. Yeah, world record also got the second try. It's also a very good thing that the safety save worked. Epona gets scared of the Baba, which can mean if Epona's positioned in the wrong space, that Epona just pops back and mounts, which is what happened the first time. Most likely, Epona got scared by the Bokoblins over by the Forest Temple and popped back and mounted. Hopefully it didn't happen this time as well. This, all of the Epona out of bounds here does have a chance of crashing. Hopefully we will not see the crash. Looks much better. I'm going to do another safety save. Okay, I'm going to try to defeat the Bokoblins without having Epona go back in bounds. Because the Bokoblins can really mess this up. They make it a lot more likely for me to end up crashing. If Epona touches the loading zone for the Forest Temple, the game will crash. We're in. Oh, the kid's going to be trapped with the monkey for another 5 hours, don't worry. Yes, all of that nut duping, all of that Epona out of bounds, was just to get into the Forest Temple before defeating Tallow. Before defeating Tallow, yes. Before saving Tallow. This truly is one of the runs of all time. And that nut busted. Fine. I'm going to ignore the route here because I think it's wrong. Oh yeah, because of something I did about 2 minutes into the run, I have all of the monkeys now. You know, blink and you would have missed it. Because I did a game over in back in time and reset in a precise way. I do only have the Ordnance Sword right now, which does half as much damage as the Master Sword. So, Ook will take 2 cycles. This is just pure RNG. Ook will hop at least 2 times every cycle. But that was pretty good RNG there. Normally an 90% run would have the Master Sword there and be able to do it in 1 cycle. Oh, I forgot to get like 50 rupees. That's something. Anyway. I can get them. Yep, we are now at a point where we have the boomerang before saving Talo. Now, I need to leave the forest temple now. However, there are some giant rocks in front of the forest temple, and if I leave through the normal exit, those rocks don't have floor beneath them. I would just void out and die instantly. Fortunately, there's a different way to get out that's also more convenient. Cuckoo just lets us warp out of the dungeon and lets us warp back to the dungeon later. We will be using Uku quite a few times during this run. Alright, time for another dumb trick. I honestly don't know what Talo's freaking out about. There are no bokoblins anymore. So the next thing on my list, I need to get the Master Sword. Now, the Master Sword is in the Sacred Grove. Normally, we'd get there as Wolf. But I don't want to be Wolf yet. I need a few more things before that. So, we get to do this. Just fairly precise LJA, long jump attack, to be able to get on this ledge with a bunch of mashing. This is done in some other runs, except in those other runs we have bombs here that can just boost us onto the ledge. I have to mash until I get to a point where I will just stay. And despite my best efforts, it's really hard to get this consistent. I know all Mirror Shards does this. I think all Dungeons does as well. There we go. That's possible, Beast. I don't know. Alright. That lets us get to the Grove, in which we have a ruby slide. Twilight Princess, pretty infamous for this trick. This ruby slide will help us get through this wall in the Grove. Fortunately, no blue rupees there. It is RNG whether a blue rupee drops or not. And then the speed of the slide, which is quite important, is determined by my angle. For most other rupee slides, we can get a consistent angle. We can do a setup. For some reason, the fact that we have to use the boomerang to get the rupee means that I haven't been able to find any sort of consistent setup. I don't know where the blue rupees are today. Here's a blue rupee. Blue rupee? I did not get the blue rupee somehow. I'm going to be aiming for something under 2.5 hours for this slide. But because I don't have a setup, my angle is going to... It's going to depend on whatever angle I can get. And that is not a good angle. Noted. Yeah, I could test it out a bit later. If I want it to be under 2.5 hours, I need both. I need to be moving on both axes. It'll depend, paging, on my exact angle. It should take less than 2.5 hours. My PB slide was abnormally fast at 1 hour 41. If I could get that angle, that would be great. Most of the time, it's slower than that. That should be good. Let me calculate that. Sure. Okay, yes. This should be just under 2 hours for the slide. Should be 1 hour 56 minutes to be precise. Now we wait. Best part of the run here. I'm trying to figure out the exact units that we'll be getting to. Okay, yes. 1 hour and 50 minutes from now. The slide will end when the coordinates are minus 12779 on the X and 16642 on the Z. I'll be losing around 13 minutes on the slide. So, to explain what this slide is, basically, for whatever reason, there is a missing frame in the animation that Link is currently going through. And the get item animation with 2 hands out. So because of that, Link doesn't end the animation in precisely the same spot that he starts it. Therefore, we can abuse that to move very slightly in one direction over the course of hours. When we're getting an item, collision is off except for ground collision. So I can just clip into the wall. Now, I do have a cheat code to display the coordinates at the top. If I didn't have that, this run would basically not be possible. Just because of the variability in this slide. So yeah, I will be waiting, moving slowly backward until I reach the point at which I am through the wall, at which point I will press A and continue on my merry way. So, I don't know if you want to add it to the pinned message, but those will be our ending coordinates. This is the food break. I'm gonna go and eat. Meanwhile, we did this last time I ran a run with rupee slides at Really Really Longathon. So I figured it was only fitting to do it again. I hope you enjoy.
drastic baby. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a shooter, a drastic baby. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a shooter, a drastic baby. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a thinker, 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 thinker. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a shooter, a drastic baby. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a shooter, a drastic baby. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a shooter, a drastic baby. I'm a thinker, I could break it down. I'm a shooter, a drastic baby.
ねて転がす I love you いつでも smile for you 君だけに love 胸そがならなくちゃコンプレッションコンプレッション
固めてしまいましょう奮発しちゃいますどんな日は不定にどの主役を僕だけと It's my day It's my day 何もない幸せ誰より多分憧れてその頭黄金釣りそうにさそうすることがまるでビッグバンあなた色に染めます何かと理由を見つけてももう逃がしたいので頑張って頑張って「
My name is Fetus, PhD. I see a lot of some skin boy, which is quite underneath. Your pill is quite fair, or he's an anomaly. So the bandit just come off, baby, watch out.
Say me, boy, you're the one that I need. Dr. Fetus, he can't beat us, but he's making me bleed. So won't you say me, boy, I know you got what it takes. It's the hour, use your power and come help save the day. Say me, boy, don't say me.
With my robotic cells, don't you wish you had some tools with which life to cry? Now I know what you're thinking, for I think this seems smart. Well, when you're like this, these walls are coming with a lot.
Alright, are we back? Excellent. So, just a few more minutes left in the slide. I'm waiting for that Z position to be 16642. We'll see Link start to just bounce up and down when we're getting close to the end. But that'll... should be around 6 minutes left in the slide. Going to be about 7 minutes behind the world record at the end of this slide. Which, it's definitely possible to beat my PB. This run didn't play too well in the actual gameplay sections. There's also the slight risk. When I press A, I need to make sure that my next movement is into the wall. If I move at all out, then I will clip back in bounds and have to do this all over again. I have a method that I use to make sure that that happens. However, it can be funky with the Grove Slide. Yes, there is a gameplay section in this category. Around 3 hours. The 3 hours after the slide ends will be actual proper gameplay. Actual story progression. As saving here would put me at the start of the Grove. I will save later. The ESA did have a low percent run when it was 14 hours, but that was a special circumstance. But yeah, I would agree that generally they shouldn't have runs like this. X position is about half a unit away. Z position is still 2 units. Yeah, I bet that they could do low percent now that it's 4 hours. If you have something like a power hour during the... Yeah. I don't know. I think we should start seeing Link bounce a little soon. Yeah, low percent is 4 hours now. The only cheat that's ever been allowed at low percent is the coordinates cheat I have up right now. Yeah, low percent is now fairly similar to any percent. Which is a shame, but it is what it is. The new trick was found earlier this year, a couple of months ago. So, it was a few years. Now, still no one has done City in the Sky small key skip, RTA. So I really hope Link starts bouncing soon. If not, I've miscalculated and we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, I think someone will. Just... I don't know who. I don't know who will care to. In the near future, at least. It is a particularly difficult trick. Even with a setup. That's mildly concerning. I've miscalculated somewhere. Oh no, I haven't. Okay, so on paper, I've now crossed the point where it's fine to press A. However, Link didn't do the bouncing. That is concerning to me. Normally, there's like a ledge barely higher than what we're on right now that Link has to get onto in order to clip through. So I'm going to wait a couple more minutes, just because I would really like to not throw the runaway here, if indeed I have miscalculated. But it's okay, we'll still be well under estimate. Most likely. I don't think I've ever had Link not bounce on this slide. But it's possible that the other side has variable height that's based on the exact position. It might all be fine. I just want to play it safe. I do have a backup save in case this goes wrong. I just hope that I wouldn't need to use it. I think I'll wait until 16640 till we cross that line. Or minute. After all these years of rupee sliding, still get nervous at the end every. All right. Moment of truth. And then not through. Okay. Well, unfortunately, this run is invalid. What was this one? I will need to look into that. That probably means that the actual line is curved. Anyway, all that we're missing right now is the actual Skull Kid chase and Skull Kid fight. This is just a file that had gone through and done that already, so Skull Kid would be down there. It's unfortunate, but, well, yeah, this is the backup file. I'm not going to do another 2-hour slide on marathon time. It actually probably would have had a chance at world record at least. that was the first golden bug. We need those to get rupees later in the run. I'll be getting like 14 of them. And this is one of my favorite tricks in the game. Master Sword puzzle skip. Or it was supposed to be. And I hope you like broken cutscenes. Or at least wonky looking ones. So, right here the game expects us to be a wolf. But I'm a human, so it does this. Cool game. The Master Sword is very important for this run, because if we don't have the Master Sword, then finishing the Twilight will automatically transform us. With the Master Sword, we can avoid that transform. Pretty much everything up to this point has been to get the Master Sword. We needed to use the nut duping to get to the Forest Temple early, so we could get the boomerang, we could get into the Grove, and therefore get the Master Sword. There are a couple more things I'll need to get before actually progressing the story, but this was the real doozy. We could get to it a lot quicker if we could get the fishing rod. That would have let me get Epona out of bounds a lot quicker. But because if we try to get the Master Sword when we're wearing the Ordon clothes, the Link starting clothes, the game will just crash. So we have to have the hero's tunic on, which is only possible either by already finishing the Fair and Twilight, or doing Back in Time. So yeah. Now we have the Master Sword. And now we will uku back to the Forest Temple. Because we are done here. Oh, in this file I did not defeat the goblins before entering the Forest Temple. Interesting. So Tallow over there is waiting to be saved. But I just can't... I can't save him yet. Have the Master Sword and the boomerang and the iron boots. Still not enough to save him. This file also has a different rupee count than I had. which is a good thing because I had forgotten to get extra rupees here. Forest temple. So, coming up next, every TP runner's favorite trick, Gorge Void. There is a gorge. I need to void in it. That void is a frame-perfect trick. I need to not turn into a wolf, but that gorge is right behind a barrier that turns you into a wolf. So, we have to do some shenanigans. First, we have to get out to Hyrule Field. So, if you have ever seen a speedrun of the Wii version of this game, you have seen the trick that I am about to do. It is rather precise. Basically, we need Epona to just go through the floor. Yeah, it has a leaderboard now, as of, like, yesterday. Good try. Alright, gonna do a safety save here. Should be file 2. Just to make sure that I am actually able to do this trick, because upcoming is a frame-perfect trick. And I'll tell you, there aren't really good visual cues. Need to do all of this out-of-bounds movement to gain enough height to get over into the other region. I could do this at the start of the game, but it is faster to do it now. Especially in a marathon setting where I wouldn't be resetting. We wouldn't be able to carry the out of bounds into Farron Woods, which would be necessary to make that work. Alright, frame perfect jump into the void here. Hopefully first try. I was early. Yep, we're just working with half a portal. My PB spent about 13 minutes on this trick. I have never gotten it first try in the low transforms run. It's rough. Second try? Second try. That was a gold by 1 second. So the reason why doing this earlier in the run is not faster is because I also need to do one more thing while I'm out here. In addition to Gorge Void, I need to get the Claw Shot. Which is out in the different direction. So the actual point of getting the Claw Shot now, there is no real point of getting the Claw Shot now. It's not necessary. However, I do need to go to Lake Bed. I'll explain why shortly after getting the Claw Shot, or you'll see why. So we have this great trick. Oh, nice. Second try. Hello again, Kyle. Well, no worries, Kyle. The run is invalidated, but it's okay. No, we still have not transformed. Okay, it is time for the trick known as Pillar Clip. I need to get into Lake Bed Temple. The way to do that is by clipping through a pillar into the wall and to swim to the loading zone. My air meter is 16 seconds long. That's usually not an issue. However, in this category, we also have to deal with the fact that we do not have Midna yet. Normally, we use Midna to stop ourselves at the top of this pillar. Because I don't have Midna, I can't do that. So, have to use other methods. This is substantially more difficult than the normal version. Or significantly more difficult. Not second try either. I don't know the frame window on this, but it's pretty precise. Yeah, I clipped back in at the end of the Grove slide because I misunderstood, I miscalculated or something. So I was not at a good position. And so we are on a backup file right now. Not third try either. That's what it's supposed to look like, but I won't be able to get to the loading zone on this one. Thanks, Rubber Ducky Assassin. There's always some trick that I end up losing 10 minutes on. This run has a lot of dumb tricks. It. Yeah, there are a couple of tricks that are particularly difficult that this run doesn't do. But in general, we do some of the hardest tricks in the game. That looked like a good position, just bad timing, I guess. Yeah, when we're intentionally trying to avoid doing something that is a core mechanic of a game, it's bound to require some shenanigans. I could just get the claw shot later, but again, I needed to go to Lakebed. Lakebed is more the objective here than the claw shot. There we go. Really? Aw, man. Didn't quite get to the loading zone. I will also use Uku Dive to get there later. I need to go there now. I need to go there before Tallow. Nope. Yep. Camera was weird there. I need to go there now because I need to do back in time equipped to get into Kakariko. And Lakebed is the only back in time equipped compatible spot that is available to me right now. That is the reason. There we go. First try. And it's just convenient to get the claw shot now. Yeah, back in time equipped only works on specific saves. For reasons I've never really understood. But yeah. One of the biggest difficulties in making this route was trying to figure out ways to get between the Twilights. The game does not intend you to go all 3 Twilights in a row without any human sections between. So it's actually really hard to get from one to the other. And this is required to get from Farron to Eldon. Later. That's lovely. Those are the iron boots. Now, if everything has gone well, I should have early boss flag active, which means that I should be able to get into the Decutode fight from the back entrance. Yep. Just look up and the fight starts. Notably, this also gets rid of early boss flag, which is important. Good old one cycle with the Master Sword there. Yeah, early boss flags is set by Skull Kid in the Grove. So, in some other runs, in all mirror shards. It's early. In all mirror shards, it would be set by Grove at the end of the run. So that was a trick known as Back in Time Equipped, where I do Back in Time and then load a file in it, and that spawns me in the King Bulblin fight. This is the first King Bulblin fight in the run. And it wasn't good. Bulblin was trying to land on me. How rude. Alright, there it is. King Bulblin has been defeated for good. Definitely not gonna come back after that fall from the bridge. Now, also very important, I need to leave Kakariko out of the south exit and then re-enter. Because that lets me skip this cutscene. If that cutscene weren't skipped, I would not be able to make it into Goron Mines later. Fun little fact. Alright, all that whole detour to Lake Bed Temple was just so I could get that portal. So now we can go back to the Forest Temple, and then we can immediately save Tallow. That is true. Boblins do die if they touch water in this game. But finally, after 6 hours and 35 minutes, we can free Talos from his cage. The 80% speedrun does this 4 minutes in. So now we have the normal early game stuff. Good old goats minigame. $55.72. Not too bad. So, before saving Tallow, just to wrap it up, I got the boomerang, the iron boots, the boomerang, the master sword, did Gorge Void, got the claw shot, and the Kakariko Village portal. Because I have the boomerang, I can just get that real quick. Talk to Colin, because you have to talk to Colin. Coming up is Transform number 1. Is everyone excited for Transform number 1? Now, normally, going through that tunnel, going through that cutscene would transform me. However, I have the Master Sword, which means it doesn't. So, I have not transformed yet. But, well, I can't really do anything in here. I can't break this. I can claw shot. I could use the Uku to get out of here, but there are reasons I can't. So here it is, Transform number 1. Now that we have Midna, we can transform at will, because I have the Master Sword already. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't dig as human. And there isn't another way out of there. this cutscene right here gives us senses. This little ability right here, we need that. We very much need that to finish the game. If it weren't for that, we could just Uku out of here. Link does have the Master Sword, the Hylian Shield, and Midna on his back right now, by the way. I think that was too far left. I tried to do a little bit of a cutscene, or a text skip there. Unfortunately, just missed it. Every time I go to a Binda jump that has some text before it, well, not every time, but in a lot of cases, there is a frame-perfect jump that I can do to go up with Midna and after. Saves like a second. Every time. There are 3 of them in this section. Get some text there. I'm gonna go for the jump that only I go for. That one right there. No one else goes for that jump. Saves 0.3 seconds. Kargarok. Now, if we're doing a run that has all of the most difficult tricks, or most of the most difficult tricks Twilight Princess has to offer, well, we have to include the classic one. The one that has stopped so many people from finishing learning this game over the years. That's right. It's time for Sword and Shield Skip. Which my PB got second try. Everyone, meet Hugo the Bulblin. Hi, Hugo. Happy birthday. Interestingly, you can't rupee slide as Wolf. The animation on Wolf is not missing a frame. First try, nice. Yeah, there are 2 rupee slides in this category. We've already passed one, except I failed it, but we can ignore that. There will be one more in about 2.5 hours, I think. So now we are in Fair and Twilight. We'll do it a little bit differently than normal, because I already have the Master Sword. But generally, it's not that bad. So, right there, I got the Midna charge ability. That ability is useful. But of course, we use it less in this run than most, just because I spend as little time as Wolf as possible. Little time saver there. I can indeed do Early Master Sword. In fact, I'll be doing it twice, even though I already have the Master Sword. I'll be leaving those 2 bugs, but I'll be getting all the others. If I remembered the route correctly, at least. We'd probably check that. Yeah. I'll need it for early Master Sword, but yeah, the only actually required use is the boss bug, as far as I think right now. Yep, that's the direction I needed to go. I'm trying. Oh no, I voided out, man. If we don't void out, those bugs are underground, as we saw in the cutscene. By voiding out, they just pop back up. Alright, time for early Master Sword. Everyone say hi to Jamal. There it is, early Master Sword. That is the purpose of this jump, is to get the Master Sword early. Definitely going to get the Master Sword right now. Yeah, maybe this time I'll figure out the way to the Master Sword. Half and double. Wait until you learn about 4 swords. Nice, double first try. Alright, here we are, good old friend the Grove. Obviously, we don't need to get the Master Sword at this point, because I already have it, but you do need to howl at this Howling Stone, because I need the hidden skill that it unlocks. I'll need to get 5 hidden skills in this run, so I'll need to howl at 4 stones. So now that we've done that, plain and simple, we don't do this anymore. Why? What am I doing? We do something different now, and I forgot to update it in my splits. We warp Kakariko. Right, there's no King Bulblin trigger because I already defeated King Bulblin. Okay, so doing Gorge Void earlier lets me do this. Lets me go to the other side of the gorge and unlock and trigger this cutscene, which will let me warp back to South Fair. That was the entire purpose of doing Gorge Void early. No, I didn't skip the gorge, I just voided it. There it is. The Fair in Twilight has been completed. Interestingly, this cutscene I'm skipping right now, if I do not skip it, I would transform into a human. I need to get the vessel. Let's go get the vessel real quick. No point getting tears before the vessel. So now we're straight into the second Twilight, Elden Twilight. I quite enjoy this Twilight. Pretty straightforward. We do have to do it all as Wolf, though, and usually at any percent run we would transform a couple of times. So, in an 80% run, you wouldn't even see this room. But the only way to skip it is human. That is the room I will be doing transform number 3 later in the run. Still quite a bit until then, though. We had 300 rupees left in it. Yes, I do. Well, it's not really that important, but I will get this 20 rupees here. Sure, might as well also get this 10 rupees. Basically doesn't waste time. Now at 300 rupees, we'll need to get a total of about 2100 rupees during the run. No, even more. Anyway, we need a lot of rupees on this run. Most of them to get the magic armor, some of them for other story progression things. I believe we also need 120 for the bomb bag. Pretty sure we buy the bomb bag. Otherwise, why would we go through more? I'm going to be attempting bomb house skip. No guarantees that I will get it. If I don't get it first try, I'll just not go for it. Cool, I got it. This is a cool trick. Defeat the bug and the house go by. Alright, nearly done with the second Twilight. Have to howl at this stone as well. Happy 7-hour mark, everyone. Things go well, it might actually be closer to 21 hours than 21 and a half. Yeah, possibly about a third of the way through the run. Yeah, I'm really not sure why the Grove Slide failed. I have an idea. I don't like it. It's true. But I'll have to look into it after the run. Okay. Elden Twilight is now done. There is just one more Twilight I need to do. Now, this is the trickiest Twilight. This is the Twilight that we had to figure out the most to be able to get to. Getting from Elden to Lanayru Twilight. The first step is clipping through that gate. Alright, the next part of this is just fantastic. I need to line up a precise jump. Semi-precise jump. Right there. Alright. Assuming that was successful, the postman has now been despawned. Normally there is a postman trigger on this little bridge up here, but by jumping over to the side, for some reason, there is a trigger that just makes that trigger disappear. Thanks, Nintendo. The postman would automatically transform us into human. So, if that trigger weren't there, this route would not work. Yeah, that is a possibility, considering the other place that that trigger exists. Now I need to line up a fairly precise jump. Is that right? No. I think that's right. Yeah. That should be right, at least. If not, I'll be doing this again. Alright. Here it is, the entrance to Linear Twilight. The trigger for that just goes all the way down, so we can hit it all the way below, which is very nice. Oh, everyone look away. I'm not a human. I'm not a human. Alright. So I said this a bit ago, but the way we've defined transform for this category is entering a cutscene or an animation in one form and leaving the cutscene or the animation in the other form. In that case, I entered that cutscene as a wolf, and I left that cutscene as a wolf. Therefore, according to the rules, no transform occurred. And, frankly, it's okay to have that little sacrifice in order to have this cool run. So now it's just normal linear Twilight. Everyone's favorite. Pretty rare for us to see this actual cutscene proper. Usually we're entering from the other side. And in fact, earlier in the run, I entered from the other side and saw that cutscene quite differently. I'd fall for it again, but as soon as I think it's just as soon as I do the Kargarok flight here, that's disabled. So when I come back here, even though it's still Twilight later, the oil bridge won't be there. Doing a little quick kill on this Kargarok. Get it in one cycle. There is a faster way to do this, but it's quite RNG dependent. If you're going to stay as wolf. So, easier to just do the fight. Go on an excursion into the out of bounds here. But at this point, we're pretty used to the out of bounds, so. It's the good old bliss white. Or black if you turn senses on. Kargarok included, Prince? Yeah. Thanks, no world records. Too late, Prince. If we could figure out a way to get bombs before saving Tallow, which isn't likely unless we're able to do some other trick, which is not likely to be allowed in this category anytime soon. Oh, I just transformed. Look at me. When was my last save? That was just autopilot from any percent. That was really stupid. I'm so sorry. When was my last save? Okay. I'll just have to do linear Twilight again. That's unfortunate. I could have just transformed back, but for the sake of actually having this be a valid-ish run, it makes sense to do this. And, well, I should still be underestimated. I was about 5 minutes behind PB, yeah. So I'm still on pace for a low 21 hour. Ketsumomo did a run. Alright, that little mishap cost me 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Anyway. Everyone look away, I'm not a human, it's fine, it's fine. I can't remember their final time. It's really unfortunate that that had to happen in Lanayru Twilight. One of the most boring parts of the run, in my opinion. That's fine. This category actually has to do something very specific in the time that at the point that I got for. So. Yeah. Alright. How's everyone's day going? I'm about to fall for the oil bridge trick a third time. Man. That was probably early. Now we're fine. Okay. Apparently that time was significantly faster. I golded by 2.8 seconds. Alright. At least I got everything first try again. Alright. This right here is the mid to jump that comes after text that you can't do a first framer. There it is. That's the one. Right. At Anarakis. Don't do the stupid. Okay. Back to where we were. It's actually very important in this run that I go over here and activate that cutscene. If I don't have that cutscene cleared, I cannot get into Goron Mines later. Hey, didn't skip the text. I'll explain what I mean by that more in detail when I am going to Goron Mines. But yes, it is vitally important that I clear that cutscene in order to get to Goron Mines. It doesn't crash. I'll explain it. We do go to Goron Mines right after Linear Twilight, so it is coming up. I do a save warp right here that's to set the time to midnight, which will also matter when I'm going to Goron Mines for a different reason. Linear Twilight is pretty standard. Pretty much exactly the same as any percent, except that I can't transform for Waterfall Side Up, but there's no need to. Considering autopiloting into another accidental transform, but I remembered. That's not a very convenient place for this. This is our third Howling Stone out of 4 total in the run. This is the last one in this wolf section. I don't need these rupees, but it helps to pass the time. They go straight to Midna's bank account. I think this might be the last portal I get in the run. Yeah, it is. No more portals after this one. Oh yes, we will be getting one in the desert, that's true. And Mirror Chamber, but we won't use Mirror Chamber. Yeah, I... did not think about the desert. To be fair, I am 7.5 hours into the speed. Rain is not rain. I mean, we don't have to get Garuda Mesa, but not getting the Garuda Mesa portal would mean an extra 10 hours in this run. Which I don't think the organizers would be very happy about. Nearly done with the neighbor Twilight, and therefore with all of the Twilights. Yeah, there will be a 9-hour and 40-minute rupee slide later in the run. During which I will be sleeping, so... Yep, still 1 rupee slide left. That rupee slide should be in around an hour and a half. Maybe a little more. This is the last bug. Throw in a little bit of a challenge, just to say, hey, you made it to the end of the Twilights. There actually is a way to get into Lake Bed as Wolf, I believe, involving the boss bug. But we won't be doing that for obvious reasons. And yeah. That's Lanayru Twilight complete. Gonna do a safety save just in case I do the stupid. Alright, coming up, Transform number 2. We've now done all of the Twilights. Now it's time for another human section. Here it is, Transform number 2, or, here it is, Transform number 2. Remember me, Koro? Koro just offered me an oil bottle. If I had bought that, I'd have to go back to that safety save I just made, so it was necessary. I promise this will be the last time I say this. I have to do this monkey escort. Because if I didn't do this monkey escort, it would be impossible for me to get to Goron Mines. So this is about a 2-minute section that would otherwise be completely unnecessary. And in fact, it would be faster if we could get to Goron Mines without doing it. To just skip it. Obviously it would be faster, but it would be faster in more ways than just not doing this. This fog does not transform you, this fog just voids you out. Yep, we have transformed twice now. It's not even storyline flags. It's something even dumber. We need the mines so that we can get the bomb bag. The bomb bags that are available, 2 of them are in Lanayru, and 1 of them is in Kakariko. The one that's in Kakariko, we need the bomb bag before we finish Lanayru Twilight. So the only one that we can get is the Kakariko one, which requires Goron Mines. Alright. Got my lantern back. Oh yeah, we totally finished Linear Twilight. Just gonna steal some lantern oil here. Don't worry about it. It isn't theft. Will gave it to us in exchange for us getting rid of the bad guy. Yeah, that's how that worked. Alright, 7 hours and 40 minutes into the run. Time to get our first hidden skill. I could see that, Kyle. Alright, now we have done our little detour, and it is now possible to get to Goron Mines. So our next step is getting to Goron Mines. Now saved because this trick is a frame-perfect trick that, if failed, would make this impossible. And it failed. This is pretty much the only reason we have the Forest Temple Uku yet. Frame late. Each extra attempt of this costs me 1 minute and 10 seconds. Hopefully it doesn't take me too long. Another frame late. This is unfortunate. We wouldn't be able to get to Snow Peak without adding extra transforms. Kind of fun, surprising Korra every time. I think that was early. Yet another frame perfect trick. This run has a lot of those. Really wish this save warp wouldn't spawn me in the fog area, but I'd have to do a detour to make that happen. Ah, the forest temple. Usually not this bad at this. This game is also only 30 FPS. So, frame perfect tricks in this game are not terrible. I'm using a metronome to time it. Early again. And this run really isn't going well. It's a shame. But it's alright. I gave myself a generous estimate. I'll still be able to make it. As long as I don't spend another 20 minutes on this. Yeah, 200 BPM is the metronome. Trying to pull out Uku on that frame. To warp away without triggering Koro's second text block. Which means that the game thinks I am mid-conversation right now. And because it thinks I'm mid-conversation, I can apply that mid-conversation state elsewhere. This is a thing known as text displacement. This is what allows me to get into Goron Mines. Normally, if you have the Master Sword, the game just blocks you from getting into Goron Mines. But because I have that, because I have text displacement, the Goron Elder will just let me through. All of the things that I said I needed to do, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get into Goron Mines, are things that clear the text displacement. That clear that state saying that I'm mid-conversation. Including the monkey escort. If I pulled out the lantern here, text displacement would be cleared if I hadn't cleared the monkey escort. As well as the cutscene entering Kakariko and the cutscene entering Death Mountain Trail. So, I had to clear those already, otherwise it would be impossible for me to get into Goron Mines. I don't even want to try to think about clearing Goron Mines before Tallow, even if maybe it's possible. Because I did a save warp going to, or right after Linear Vessel, it is now turning day. That's important. There's also this giant trigger I need to jump over here. But that's not too hard to do. I'm not going to deny that it would be funny, but unless we can also get the spinner early, I don't think it would be possible. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to escape the elevator without transforming. That's what I mean by that. I do need to get some things on the way to Goron Mines. That golden bug there, and this 100 rupee chest here. Hit the postman trigger here because I don't know how to skip it from this side. Oh yeah, this text. How could I forget? That text normally is triggered the first time you go into Goron, or not Goron, it's Zelda and Twilight. Never hit it, so got it now. You might notice there is no bridge, but I need to get across the gorge. That's a problem. A problem that can be solved with an Epona slide. That was a bad lineup. Let's try that again. That's not good. Hope you like rolling. So, an Epona slide is done by pressing the R button, which lets you backflip off of Epona. Pressing R and A lets you backflip. But then, releasing R one frame before pressing A makes it so you do an Epona slide instead. Which is just, you get off of Epona at full speed, which lets you cross that bridge. Unfortunately, if you just backflip off, your best choice is to just roll back here to Kalipona again and try again. Alright, I need to stop losing time. At Anarakis, stop losing time. You couldn't dig for the rupee. There is a way to get across with Epona as human, but I personally don't know how to do it. Maybe I should learn. That's better. Yay, second try. One more golden bug to grab on our way into Kakariko. Now, the reason I needed it to be day here is because I needed to enter Malomart. I have 300 rupees, and I need to donate a total of 1,200 rupees to this guy over the course of the run. But I also need this little thing called a shield. Now, I do already have the Hylian shield on my back, but I never got it in my inventory. So I need a wooden shield in order for the game to realize that I actually do indeed have a shield. Right, now to climb Death Mountain on our way to Goron Mines. We're able to do this little skip for the first Goron. But it'll just roll straight past us. We're not so lucky for the rest of the Gorons. Except for that one. We can claw shot over that one. That rupee is really hard to skip the text for. Because of the way the slopes line up. Yeah, the Hero Shade will not teach you shield attack or helm splitter if you do not have a shield in your inventory. You don't have to have that shield equipped, mind you. Just in your inventory. skip that. So if I didn't have text displacement, the first thing this Goron Elder would say is enough, and then go on some spiel about sumo wrestling or something. But instead, I join in mid-conversation for him, carrying that mid-conversation state through text displacement. And that puts me to his last dialogue, which is saying to let me enter into Goron Mines, and that lets me go through. Now we're in Goron Mines. I like this dungeon. A very, very good dungeon. We have all the things to make it fast. Except that I can't transform. So coming up is a relatively new trick I've found in the last couple of years. A trick called Kitty Climb. Now, that has reference to what its actual name would be, which is like small key and key shard skip, which is like SKSKS abbreviated, which when you say that out loud is like the sound you'd make to lure a kitty. Anyway, this is Kitty Climb. That skips a decent chunk of the dungeon. Just barely hit that before getting hit by the tech type. Shoutouts to that Bulblin for destroying that fence for me. Now we're at the Dangoro fight. The Dangoro fight has this really surprisingly easy quick kill. This is really precise positioning, and it just works out that 2 jump attacks and then 3 backflips puts us in the right place. But yeah, that's Dengoro. That gets us the bow, which is useful. It's not really needed in the run, though. It helps in a few places, but it's not required anywhere except Goron Mines. As far as I can think right now, at least. Now, if you've played this game casually, you might know that Goron Mines has 3 parts of the big key. However, the game only actually cares about the last one. Normally, you can't skip the others, so it doesn't expect you to get them out of order, let alone only getting the 3rd one. So, the 3rd one is actually the boss key, and therefore, we can just get that and go to the boss. Yeah, that's fairly common in Twilight Princess. That's the reason we can skip the dungeons that we skip in any percent, for example. I doubt Wind Waker would have had a second lava-themed dungeon. Usually quite bad at that LJA, so I'm glad that that worked. Okay, if all goes well, I should be using exactly 1 arrow on Dengoro. And by Dengoro, I mean Phyrus. I used 0 arrows on Dengoro. There's a 10-frame window in which you can just re-grab the chain and effectively skip having to knock him down, or skip having to shoot his crystal again. So hopefully I'll be able to get that on this phase of this cycle as well. And we get to do the cool jump over Virus. That's it. That's Goron Mines.
What? Wait.
This isn't low percent, so we can get heart containers. Very nice. Now we'll be heading toward Lakebed Temple. As usual, there are a few things I need to do before then. The first thing is I need a bomb bag. And the bomb bag that we can get at this point is in Barnes Bombs. It costs 120 rupees. And comes with 30 normal bombs. However, I can't use, or I don't need normal bombs. I need the bombs specifically so I can beat Morpheal, which is an entirely underwater boss. So I can easily sell a bunch of bombs. I do need a couple for things on the way there. 10 will do the trick. Yeah, you barely get any rupees from that, but it means I only have to clear out 10 instead of 30 bombs. We get like 15 total. Where is this gold? There it is. Really blending in with the ground. Clearing those rocks will spawn this portal as long as I do it before Lakebed Temple. For some reason, after Lakebed Temple, it just doesn't do that. So, very important that I do this now. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to warp the bridge here later. Yeah, earlier when I said that it was the last portal when I was going into Castletown, yeah, there were 3 more portals. This is one of them. I was just very much forgetting. I needed the lantern. Oh well. I don't believe anyone's done a green shoe jelly meme. No. I mentioned earlier that I needed to buy a wooden shield, so I had a shield in my inventory so I could learn hidden skills. I'll be learning the shield attack here, which, again, if I hadn't bought the shield earlier, the Hero's Shade just wouldn't teach me. could call Epona here, but Aaron is currently in a state where Epona can't exist there, so it's faster to just roll. Otherwise I'd have to get off of Epona right here, where the game would crash. Yeah, exactly, no world records. Good fair and escape. Alright, now we have our old friend, Lanero Gate Clip, for the second out of 3 times in this run. Get into the corner. It's not the corner. Five bunks. Not too bad. Oh, don't worry, the third Lanero Gate Clip will probably be like 123 bucks. What Blackwall? I don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, there's no such thing as a green sky. There are no enemies here, no golden bugs. Just us and the green sky. Great Bridge of Hylia. With no oil on it this time. Oh look, it's turning night. You get a little bit of the Hyrule Field and Night theme. And it's raining. Ooh. Cool trick right there. We can just clip straight through that. Which is a little bit harder in this version than it is in TPHD, which also uses that trick. Because in TPHD they patched out, or they got rid of sword clinking for some reason. But it's still possible. Anyway, yeah, time for Uku Dive. This trick sucks. This was pretty much the last puzzle piece that made it possible to get down to 4 transforms. Because it made it possible to return to Lakebed after going to Goron Mines. Otherwise we would have no way to do that. So, I need to stand right on the edge of this platform. Like, right on the edge. And then, as soon as the bobbing of the platform would push me into the water, I pull out Uku. It's a frame-perfect trick, as far as I can tell. So that actually would have worked if I had pulled out Uku on the frame and pushed me into the water. I did not think I was on the edge of the platform there. Pretty common for me to take at least 5 minutes here, so hope you enjoy. I don't think this is good, but might as well try it. Oh, it was good. I just failed to mash. Or timing. And we got the void! Let's go! I don't know why that happens. No, Zora armor has to be after linear Twilight. I do tend to get this trick right around when the ads hit, so I don't know when the ads are going to hit next, but that's about when you can expect it. Assuming this channel has mid-rolls, I don't know. That should work. Why couldn't I pull out Uku? I tried. Man. Had several attempts now that would have worked if I had gotten Nuke on the right frame. In a lot of cases, we can't frame perfectly buffer, but pulling out items like Uku actually does act as a frame perfect buffer. Really, that was good. So, if I can time it correctly, there's no reason I should fail this once I'm in a good position. It's bad at timing it. If you pull Uku at the wrong time, then you pull Uku. That's all that happens. I just need to pull Uku on the frame that it would be pushing me into the water. because of the natural bobbing of the platform. Really? Thought I still had a few frames. As I said, this trick is dumb. Very hard to make consistent. Annoyed that that was good. I'm getting into a good position quite often. It's just either I don't think it's a good position or I'm not pulling you. That's definitely a good position if I can get Uku at the right time. Nope. You joke no world records, but a rupee dive would be a solution to this if there were a rupee to get. That didn't require digging. Rupee dives are also quite difficult, so this is probably easier than a rupee dive. Realized too late that that was good. Should really get in the habit of double tapping. Double tapping didn't. Not certain if this is good. I feel like it isn't. We'll go a few more frames just in case. Please. There we go. There's the Uku dive. And we're in lake bed again. Yeah, that took a few minutes, but it's okay. There aren't too many really dumb tricks in the rest of the... No, there really is no other way to get into lake bed at that point, other than that. Yep, boots LJA. Yeah. Yeah, if this had any chance of being record, it is now gone. and long gone. But that was true at the mishap in Linear Twilight as well. So. All right, more fuel time. If you're not familiar with Twilight Princess speedruns, Orpheal is an underwater boss. Link, in his normal tunic, cannot breathe underwater. How do we defeat an underwater boss with a 16-second air meter? Like this. When you get the water bombs, it has a little bit of text that says you can't use these while swimming. Yeah, the game lies about that. You can use them while swimming. As long as you trick it. And if you do use it while swimming, when you release it, it thinks, surely, I have not equipped the claw shot. What am I doing? Surely this will not backfire. Thinks surely he must not be swimming. Surely you're on ground, because you released a water bomb, so it grounds you. Meaning that it gives you air. Hey. This was almost a catastrophic failure of a Morpheal. See you, Kyle. What made the run invalid was during the first rupee slide, I pressed A too early because I miscalculated the point at which I could press A, which I'm still not entirely sure why it was wrong. Meaning that I didn't actually clip through the wall. So I ended up using a backup save, making the run invalid. Other than that, the run's perfectly valid. Yeah, it was either do that or go another 2 hours, which really, really longathon is rarely on schedule. However, it strongly prefers being early over being late. And especially 2 hours late would be a no-go. By going to a previous save, I canceled out the transform according to the rules, so I still have only transformed 2 times. Alright, we have now finished Foreign Mines and Lakebed Temple. The next dungeon is Arbiter's Grounds. But, well, there is a lot that we need to do between now and Arbiter's Grounds. So, first of all, I finished Lakebed Temple before Linear Twilight. You're not supposed to do that. You're definitely supposed to have finished Linear Twilight before getting into Lakebed. So, it activates something known as the White Midna glitch. Specifically, when I collect this last tier, the White Midna glitch will be active. And basically what that means is Midna's Desperate Hour, the little story quest you need to do right after Lakebed Temple normally, yeah, we can just do it whenever. We could even wait until the very end of the game to do it. This gives us our warping ability, but Midna's Desperate Hour normally takes it away. That's necessary because you need to be a wolf to do Midna's Desperate Hour, but I don't want to turn into a wolf just yet. Some Wii categories use White Midna glitch. But yeah, usually there's no reason to beat Lakebed early. Especially when beating Lakebed requires bombs. And so the only way you're going to be able to beat it early is by beating Goron Mines first, which is very rare. Notably, there is a trick in Arbiter's Grounds, the next dungeon I'll be completing, that requires the magic armor. The magic armor requires donating 1,200 rupees to Malamar, and then a further 598 rupees to buy the magic armor. I have donated 200 rupees so far. So I need to donate 1,000 more. These golden bugs are the key to how that is even possible. Oh yeah, that's that golden bug that stops when you get another golden bug. Very cool golden bug. In addition, I need to get a few more hidden skills, like this one. Objectively, I only need this hidden skill, Backslice, before Arbiter's Grounds. But we'll be getting... I think we'll be getting all the way up to Mortal Trauma. Also very important, I need to hit this postman trigger. Because, again, if I am a wolf when I hit the postman trigger, it will automatically transform me to a human. I can't have that, so I need to clear this postman trigger before I come in here for MDH. I've been collecting a bunch of golden bugs. This is how we turn those golden bugs into money. Good old Agatha right here. Giving her a bunch of bugs and she'll be giving me a lot of money. Just need to give one more bug. Get me all the way to 600 rupees. This is the max I can carry. I know you have bugs. Another little side thing that I need to do, seemingly meaninglessly. I need to go out here and talk to a Goron here. Goron which should exist. Really hope it exists. The Goron exists. Good. One time the Goron did not exist, and I was very confused. That makes it possible to do the hot spring water minigame later, which will reduce the amount that I need to donate to Malomart. From 2,000 to 200. Yeah, if I don't talk to that Goron, I can't get into Goron Mines. Interesting. I have a split for this golden bug, but not for the other one, which I will also be getting. The other one isn't actually necessary? Oh no. Later, there will be a golden wolf over there that I'll need to... that'll be the one I get Mortal Draw for, I'm pretty sure. But he's not there yet because I haven't howled at that stone. It's really neat being required to go around the map as human. Normally we just do a bunch of warps, but because it was required being wolf, I have to make use of that shortcut to Lake Hylia. Stuff. Now, in order to get to I keep saying Goron Mines. In order to get to Arbiter's Grounds, I need to get to the desert, and to get to the desert, I need Aru's Memo. Fortunately, right now, I can get Aru's Memo. Pretty soon, I would not be able to get Aru's Memo, so it's a good thing that I am remembering to get it now. Forgot that Uku takes up that slot. I don't think I'll be using Uku anymore. Uku will disappear from my inventory at the end of Arbiter's Grounds. But until then, we could theoretically still use it to get back to the Forest Temple. Right. Now we're in the desert. So logically, the next thing for us to do would be to go to Arbiter's Grounds, right? Well, no. We kind of do need to go back and do Midna's Esper Hour at some point. And I suppose we could do Arbiter's Grounds now, but it's kind of meaningless. So, better to go and do the last wolf section first. But we do need to go to the desert in order to warp this bridge piece. We can't warp the bridge piece now. We have to do it when we're wolf. But we need to have the portal in order to warp the bridge piece. So I have to go all the way over here, get the portal, and then find a way out of the desert. Fortunately, there is a way. Fairly convenient, too. portal fight is very laggy. Which is just great. Yeah, your run won't be accepted for the leaderboards if you transform more than 4 times. Actually quite important that I break those barricades now, because I will need to go back through here later, and there is a way around them, but it's not great. In the interest of not accidentally transforming, I'm gonna do Boblin Cap normally. We can... there is a way that saves a decent chunk of time to get through here, but it requires doing map glitch, and map glitch inherently, it's a frame perfect trick, and if you fail it, if you fail a frame perfect trick, you transform. So, easier to just be safe. All we need to do is get this small key. Speedrun.com doesn't have a way to order by number of transforms. That's just not something it's capable of doing, so the leaderboard is only for the actual minimum order. There it is. That's the second King Boblin fight in the run. There it is. King Boblin 2. Here we are, Arbiter's Grounds. What a lovely place. Alright, bye Arbiter's Grounds. Time for another Back in Time equipped. Arbiter's Grounds is a valid location for Back in Time equipped. So I will load this file and be in the King Boblin fight. This is the third King Boblin fight of the run. King Boblin 3. Couple things to note about this fight. It takes fewer hits in both phases. It takes one fewer hit because I've already beaten King Boblin 1. I don't know why that works. And also, the bridge is missing because I warped the bridge away. If King Bulblin rides into the gap, then King Bulblin rides into the gap and doesn't respawn. You can also fall into the gap and reload the fight, but otherwise it's effectively a soft lock. I don't know if it's normal or broken. I hadn't paid attention to that. Coming up, transform number 3. Morpule was a very scuffed 2-bomb. Otherwise fine. Anyway, there it is. Transform number 3. This is the last wolf section in the run. So we have to do some cleanup for all of the wolf sections that we still need to do. A lot of the routing for this category originally was just figuring out what we need to be a wolf for and trying to combine as many things as we could. And there are quite a few things we can. Very important, warping the Bridge of Eldin. That makes it possible to get into Cave of Ordeals later. That's pretty much all we need this for. Also, just remember this. We have now repaired the Bridge of Eldin. The Bridge of Eldin is repaired. Everyone got that? So now we're going to go into Castletown and do the Minas Esprit Hour. I did clear the Postman trigger there earlier, just because I wouldn't be able to clear it as a wolf. So there's a transform skipped there. Also, an unfortunate side effect of doing White Minda glitch is that the music here just doesn't happen. There's no music. Hey, I got the funny thing. This is something called Louise glitch. Pretty precise. It saves 1.8 seconds. Just a precise B attack into this cutscene. Sure, I'll go for rope skip. I failed rope skip. Sad. It's a trick that saves 3 seconds, but loses 30 if you fail it. Objectively, it's not worth it, but it does save 3 seconds. So Poes, this is a Poe. Poes are things that can only be defeated as Wolf. This is the only Poe I will be defeating. That is no longer really a special fact. The any % run also only defeats that Poe. It used to be special. You can get a fair few Poes in this Wolf section. That is something that I've considered routing, is max % for transforms. But I haven't sat down and done it yet. The normal strat through this room would be to go up here, transform, and use the lantern to get through here, but I can't transform, so better to do that. As mentioned earlier in the run, Bulblins die when they touch water. So all I had to do to defeat that Bulblin, which otherwise would snipe me from the bottom to the top of the room, is knock it into the water. Except it also sort of drowned in the side of that stair, but we can ignore that. Important thing is water. That was a bunk. Fortunately, Link does not die when he touches water. That wasn't even a swag strat, like, that's a very normal strat. I haven't failed that jump in a long time. Probably just went a couple frames too early. Sake of consistency, I'll refrain from doing it this time. I won't refrain from that. Just a couple more rooms in Midness Desperate Hour. If you stretch the definition of room. Again, the jump that only I go for. The routing for max % and 4 transforms would largely be the same as this run, just with extra stuff added in. Because this route barely works. You have to do most of the things I do in a very specific order to make it work. So, the wolf sections would be significantly longer, but otherwise it would be, well, and the human sections would be significantly longer. Otherwise it would be fairly similar. Alright, that's it for Midness Desperate Hour. I know you could hardly tell it was Midness Desperate Hour because we didn't have the music. It was. Now, there is just one more thing that requires us to be wolf. One last thing. We found ways around everything else after this point. "100% low transforms" also has been suggested quite a few times. I don't think it would be that interesting. There are a lot more places that 100% would have to do an extra transform. But maybe I'll write it out someday. The last thing needed to do as Wolf is to climb to Snow Peak. Admittedly, low transforms 100% might be faster than low transforms any percent, just because you have to get the 4 pose and Arbiter's Crowns. You wouldn't do the Rupee Slide. So maybe it would be fun. This is the last Howling Stone I will need to howl at. Then the reason why we need to be Wolf here, apart from that you need to be Wolf to howl, is we have to dig into that cave, and we can't do that as human. So here it is, the last transform. Transform number 4. We will not be transforming in the rest of the run. I will be human for the rest. Assuming all goes well. There is a possibility of unintended transforms. But, of course, I would go back to previous saves and revert them if they had them. Just didn't like that angle. Should work. So, that LJA was to skip a fight. We get another portal. Because I'm not going to be a wolf for the rest of the run, there's no reason for me to get any more portals, except for the one that's required. That we don't have a way around. So it's just faster to skip. Of course, skipping that messenger fight also means that the fog is not dispersed here, so I have to make my way sort of blind. But it's a fairly easy route. Just have to know where to angle yourself here. We have to go into Snow Peak for just one purpose. We need the ball and chain to beat the game. It is the only way to defeat Zant in Palace of Twilight later. We do a pretty old route for this dungeon. I mean, not really that old, but pretty much no run now gets this small key optimally. Where it used to be in 90%. And we can just clip through the floor there. No issues. Most runs would do a skip involving a skip to clip through the wall next to that freezer. However, it does require being a wolf, so we do the intended strat of blowing it up instead. I think that may have... No, it didn't hit the wolf house as well. It looked like it might have. That would have been quite funny if it had. Oh, apparently I have EBF. Look at that. That's right, we're gonna cheat. No, I'm still not sure why I have EBF here. Maybe it has something to do with the last King Bulblin fight? I don't know. Getting a couple hundred rupees there. Again, I need to donate quite a bit to Malamar. That's not what I needed to load. Let's try that again. So far we have transformed 4 times out of the 4 times that we will transform in this run. So this is yet another case of using back-in-time equips to get out of a place that we wouldn't otherwise be able to get out of. Snow Peak Ruins is particularly difficult to get out of. We could use Uku. We do still have Uku at our disposal, but we need to go to Kakariko next, so it's just convenient. Nice snipe. Yeah, but we did fix the bridge. Right. Okay, wait. Where's the bridge? For some reason, it's still gone. I don't know why. We skipped that cutscene early enough that I can't tell if the bridge is broken in that cutscene or not. Alright. I have 5 more arrows than the route expects me to. That's cool. Alright, time for hidden skill number 4 out of 5. We used to joke that this hidden skill was completely useless. But then a Reddit user found a pretty good use for it for 100%. So, it's no longer useless. It is useless in this category, though. We do not use it at all. There's a nice convenient 200 rupees in that bell. Gives us what we need. I donate 200 to complete the first 1,000, which lets me do the hot spring water minigame. As long as I have talked to the Goron east of Castletown, which I have. So, just talking to this dude, I'll start that. This is a great minigame. If it's even really a minigame. All we have to do is carry this barrel over to the Goron east of Castletown and throw it at him. Normally, you'd be trying to avoid enemies on the way, but turns out, if you walk along the side, enemies don't spawn, and the ones that do will miss. There is a faster way to do this. I have not learned it. It's riskier because it involves walking through the middle where enemies will spawn. Yeah, even this Kargarok that's following me, yeah, it can't hit me. I can just fan my back. Thanks, Kargarok. So that does give you a heart piece, but I don't need heart pieces, so I'll just ignore it. Oh no, it's turning night. And I need to make it to Malomart. Fortunately, Malomart stays open a little bit into the night. Interestingly, despite having defeated King Bulblin 4 times, I haven't opened that gate, which you normally open on the first time defeating King Bulblin. Alright, here's the last donation, just 200 rupees. That opens the Castletown Malomart. That Malomart is where the magic armor is. Magic armor costs 598 rupees. That's where I'll be going next. Well, not quite next. I do need to make a stop to get the 598 rupees. But yeah. Oh yeah, the postman, telling us that Malomart exists. Would be possible to skip this postman trigger, but I think there's another one on the way that's harder to skip. Either way, I have not cared to try to figure out which ones should be skipped. It's just easier to run the triggers, it's only like 10 seconds time loss. That NPC was carrying something that had the Malomart logo on it. I didn't actually realize that. That things changed inside Castletown once Malomart opened. Like everyone is. Wow. How have I not noticed that before? Once again, it's trusty Agatha. That'll give us the remaining rupees we need. Okay, that's up to 600 rupees. Need to leave. The worst bug has to be the one, the I think male snail that is in Temple of Time. Mostly because it requires going into Temple of Time to get it. You bought it. You are smart. You bought it at Malomart. Alright, now we have magic armor, which, if we equip, it will drain our rupees slowly. Anytime we take damage, it shields us from the damage while taking damage as rupees instead. Yeah, we're not going to be using it for that. The other effect is, when the magic armor, when you have 0 rupees and you're wearing the magic armor, it effectively acts like you have the iron boots on. You just gain a bunch of, you have a bunch of weight, and therefore we can do moon boots with it, which will be useful in the second half of Arbiter's Grounds, which will be tomorrow morning. Anyway, here it is, the last hidden skill that we will be learning in this room. Hello, Umbreon. There, did not pull up the Haxors this time, are you happy? Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the second rupee slide. Second and final rupee slide. But before we get there, we need to talk to a guy about a cannon. Seems pretty broken. Ah, 300 rupees, that's too much. Dang, maybe next time. Yeah, I should have. Fair point. was trying to be cool. I didn't think that LJ was that. Wait, oh well. I'll just go around it. I heard you like sand. I can turn. It will be Human Link for the rest of the run. This is my second trip to Arbiter's Grounds. Out of 3. Well, no, the third time we use it. So I've already destroyed the barricade blocking me from getting here. I've already defeated King Bulblin. I think this was King Bulblin 2. Second King Bulblin fight. Came here. I can go straight to Arbiter's Grounds. Now, there is a new trick that was discovered in Arbiter's Grounds. A way to skip the Poe Gate that saves... that, you know, doesn't require defeating any of the Poes. However, it does require a transform, so we can't use it in this category. So we have to go the old school way of the rupee slide. This is now the only category that does this rupee slide. There's not really a reason to do it in. This pot has a blue rupee in it. That blue rupee is worth 5. I put the blue rupee pot right here. Then I can go in and get a precise angle. Slash the pot. Go into the corner. Do a spin attack. Start the slide. Yep, that's it. Alright. Now the fun part. I will be staring at this rupee for 9 hours and 40 minutes. Like the previous rupee slide, this works by, well, there's a missing animation. There's a missing frame in this animation, meaning that I end each cycle just slightly further back. Meaning that over the course of those 9 hours and 40 minutes, I will end up clipping into the wall behind me. Because collision is not enabled during this cutscene. So, 9 hours and 40 minutes. I'm gonna sleep. Yeah, I assume they'll put on some more OC remix or something during the night. Anyway, this will end at about 1928. 1929 on the timer. Anyway, see you in 9 hours and 40 minutes.
Relinquish your pain unto me.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well. Today is the 6th day of November, 072. You are currently in the healing suites located on the first level. Level 2 contains the research laboratory. 3 houses the Department of Maintenance, and the storage cells are on level 4. The flight deck is on level 5. Level 6 holds crew facilities and executive suites, and level 7 is systems engineering. Level 8 houses the Department of Security. The bridge is located on level 9, and energy systems on level R. All levels can be accessed by the elevator. Welcome to the throne of God, mortal. Around me is a burgeoning empire of steel. From my throne room, lines of power careen to the skies of Earth. My wings will become lightning bolts that devastate the minds of humanity. Out of the chaos, they will run and whimper, praying for me to end their duties and anarchy. I am drunk with this vision. sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine? My cybernetic children will feed on your flesh. And none will ever know your deeds or even your name. Enjoy your victory. I am drunk with suspicion.
the office today, but I can take a message if you like. Sure thing. I'll be sure to let her know. And can I get a name, please? Alright, thank you very much, Turing. Have a nice day. TMI Entertainment, how can I help you today?
must try to remember me and your true self as well. You will birth a god and build an entire paradise.